Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me. And I want to say good morning to everybody who came in. I sent out a profit alert just now to let everybody know that toward the end of the video, I will mention a stock that I'm about to buy this morning in hopes that we can help put some money in your pocket. And I want to say good morning to Keith Patillo and the wonderful Patillo family, Tajai and FW Sigmas, Linda Kidd, Rhodes Gold, Gary Hatcher. Good morning to you. Good morning, Efferin. Good morning, Talita. Okay, so I hope everybody's doing well. And I can't, I'm doing audio today. I hope that's all right. Sometimes I do video, sometimes I do audio. Just got back from the gym. My wife and I got up about 5 a.m. and I can proudly say I ran very slow in the treadmill and I did lift my weight. So I did my job on the fitness tip. Health is wealth. You got to take care of your health, because if you lose all your health trying to go get wealth, then you will lose all your wealth trying to get your health back. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Big Pharma will take all that money. They're going to sell you a bunch of expensive pills, and then you're going to die, and then they're going to take everything else. So be careful about that. All right. So anyway, all right. So first thing I want to just talk about today is I want to talk about Uber. Uber is a really fascinating company. Uber has an extraordinary ability to lose just ungodly amounts of money. And I wanted to kind of talk about Uber in a way that really you probably won't hear anybody else really talk about this angle. And this is the angle that probably makes people not like me very much, but it's an angle that I think is entirely necessary. Um, Uber. Okay, so first off, how many of y'all knew? Give me a yes or no if you knew just how much money Uber loses. Like, Uber loses money at a level that I've never seen. I've rarely seen a company just lose that much money at that level. Just to give you an idea, in this quarter alone, I think Uber lost about $500 million, which is absolutely crazy. $500 million loss in one quarter, like literally in a 3-month period. But then if you go back over the years, you'll see that in many other years, Uber, let's see, in 2000, now they made their first profit in 2023 of 1.9 billion, but just the year before they lost $9 billion. I want us to just take a moment and meditate on that. Because you guys know we do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. And sometimes I just ask you to like sit on something and just meditate on it. $9 billion loss. The previous year, they lost $500 million. The year before that, they lost in 2020, they lost 6.7 billion. So this company is a money losing machine. It is incredibly good at literally just destroying investor value and losing so much money that you would think that they robbed a bank. I mean, it's crazy to me. And I wanted to bring this up because there's kind of a racial angle to this that I see in this sense. How many of you know of any black owned, give me a yes or no, has there been a black owned business in the history of this world that could even forget losing billions? Hey, can you think of any black owned business that could lose, say, $100 million a year after year, and still be in business? Can you think of any black owned business that can lose even 50 million a year for, say, 8 years and still be considered a good business? Yes or no? Has there ever been a company like this anywhere? In fact, let me just look at the Uber losses over the years. 2023, they did make a net profit, but 2022, you have $9 billion loss. 2021, $500 million loss, 0.57 billion. 2020, you have a net loss of 6.7 billion. 2019, a loss of 8.5 billion. 2018, 1.8 billion. 2017, 4.5 billion. 2016, a loss of 2.8 billion. Like, they're losing money at a crazy level. I mean, we make fun of, rappers that'll go blow $100,000 by putting money in stripper thongs, but we don't talk about these big corporations that are mostly run by white people, controlled by white people, that are able to just lose ungodly amounts of money. So you might say, well, how in the hell does that work? How do you lose that much money and stay in business? Well, this is one of the biggest elements of racism, economic racism, that doesn't get discussed enough. This is called access to capital. Access to capital. When a company's losing money at that level, it's almost like when your teenager is going to the mall every single week and they're crashing the Mercedes and then blowing $100,000 at the mall, and they don't have a job. If they don't have a job and they're blowing $100,000 every time they go to the mall, somebody's paying the bills. Their parents, right? Well, with these companies, they don't have parents, but they have banks, banks and investors that are willing to give them all this capital to allow them to literally just run these companies that look like freaking train wrecks and lose money at an ungodly pace. And they hold on because they say, well, just keep going. We'll give it a few more years and eventually money will be made. And this is something that I think should be there should be more attention put on this. There is a racial angle because black owned businesses die. There's no black owned business I've ever known. Just take 2014 alone, where they lost 2/3 of $1 billion. There's no black owned business that could have survived that. Not one. I don't know a black owned business that could have survived losing 1% of that and still stayed in business. And so this really, to me, this is an interesting conversation, especially when we talk about, businesses, what makes a successful business and what doesn't. If you just come to me and you say, well, this is a bad business because they lost money and they lost money over multiple years, I'm not going to disagree with you. It could be a bad business, but at the same time, Uber is not considered a bad business. Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you understand that Uber is considered to be a pretty good company, which is crazy, right? If you go look up Uber stock price, believe it or not, Uber stock, it's trading at $64 a share. It's gone up 5.8% this year. It's gone up 69% in the last 5 years. Or sorry, in the last year. I said last 5 years. I'm sorry. Last 5 years has gone up 53%. The last year it's gone up 69.91, which is basically 70%. So how can a company that's losing money at that level have a stock price that's going up? Well, welcome to whiteness. Again, this is not standard. Not most white people can't go and borrow this kind of money, but I've never known a black company or a black person that's been able to lose money at that level and still stay in business. And I think this is just one dimension of economic racism that I want you to kind of process and think about, particularly as you evaluate businesses, say in your own community, and you say, well, that Negro lost $1 million or he lost $5 million or whatever. I just kind of think like it's fascinating to me that Uber can literally, they just lost $500 million in 1 quarter. They've had years where they've lost as much as $8.5 billion. But look at the stock price. Look at this. If you'd owned Uber stock in the last year, you would have made a 70% ROI on your investment. So this just adds the complexity of investing that I really want you to understand. And what's really crazy is that I wouldn't have faulted you for buying Uber stock, because there are people that believe that because Uber has significant market share, because they've dug in the trenches, they're much, much bigger than Lyft, that this actually is a company that is probably going to have some significant revenue generation long term if they are ever able to get their costs under control, which I think is going to happen when they start creating autonomous vehicles. I believe autonomous vehicles is going to be the direction they're going to go. I've had conversations in Ubers with drivers, and basically they're treating their drivers like crap. And I don't like it because I support worker rights. They treat their drivers like crap. And I believe that they're doing it for the same reason that people act funny when they're trying to really dump their girlfriend or dump their boyfriend. They start making it really, really hard to be in a relationship with them, to the point where you eventually leave voluntarily. So I think that they're preparing for the next wave of autonomous vehicles, and that's going to lead them into the age of profitability, especially with AI and all that. Anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I want to remind everybody that on Wednesday nights, which is tonight, we're doing Powernomics training. We read Dr. Claude Anderson books every single week, every Wednesday. We go through it. Every Black family needs to understand Powernomics so that you'll stop playing Strugglenomics. You'll stop playing Survivalnomics. You'll stop playing like I Love White People-nomics, and actually start thinking about what it takes to build in your own community, what it takes to build in your own family, what it takes to build your own legacy. And we're so serious about it that we actually offer the class for free. So in addition to my life class, that's all free for you. So feel free to go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com, and you can sign up. Also, you could just text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948, and I will give you an invitation to join us for tonight. And it's totally free. So bring your whole family. All right. So let's get back to another interesting development in the world of business that I thought you guys might take some interest in is I just found out this morning while I was on the treadmill that Robinhood is about to be sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So this suit against Robinhood is really against their crypto division. Apparently, the SEC, who seems to not really understand their own rules, they make it really, really hard for companies to comply with what they want, because they don't tell you what they want. They just sort of sit back and say, "Well, you just keep doing whatever you're doing, and then we'll decide if what you're doing is the right thing or not." Which I just think is the weirdest kind of regulatory enforcement I've ever seen. I've never seen a company that does weird stuff like this, or an entity that does weird stuff like this. But it's the government, so what do you expect? They're $35 trillion in debt, so they don't make the best decisions. And if you want to know the nature of the suit, it says here in the Wall Street Journal, the Securities and Exchange Commission is preparing to sue Robinhood's crypto unit, ramping up its crackdown on digital currency trading to target one of the most popular U.S. brokerage firms, the company said Monday. Robinhood disclosed that its crypto unit received a so-called Wells notice from SEC staff over the weekend, which said the staff had made a, quote, preliminary determination to recommend an enforcement action against the unit, called Robinhood Crypto, over alleged violations of securities laws. The notice isn't a final indication that the SEC will sue Robinhood. Firms that receive Wells notices are allowed to respond and tell the agency why it shouldn't proceed with a civil lawsuit. Robinhood says it's disappointed by the notice, saying that it had attempted to work with the SEC in good faith for years to ensure that its crypto business was in compliance with securities laws. Quote, "We firmly believe that the assets listed on our platform are not securities, and we look forward to engaging with the SEC to make clear just how weak any case against Robinhood Crypto would be on both facts and the law," Robinhood Chief Legal Officer Dan Gallagher said in a post on the company's official blog. If the SEC sues Robinhood, it could seek an order that would prevent the company from trading certain crypto assets in the future. Shares of Robinhood closed down 0.9% on Monday, having recovered from a sharp drop of more than 9% in pre-market trading when the disclosure came out. An SEC spokesman declined to comment. Robinhood, whose core business is stocks and options trading, is more conservative than many crypto-oriented businesses in the number of digital currencies it allows customers to trade and the services it provides. Last year, the SEC sued crypto exchange Coinbase for allegedly running an unregistered securities exchange. Robinhood delisted several cryptocurrencies that the agency deemed to be securities in its Coinbase lawsuit. Coinbase has rejected the SEC's allegations and has been fighting the agency in court. So basically, when it comes to the world of crypto, I don't really understand what the SEC is doing. The SEC is doing weird stuff, and I don't really understand this type of weird enforcement where people are literally calling you and saying, "Okay, how do we make sure that we're in compliance?" And you're not answering the phone, and then you just sit back and let them incriminate themselves or whatever it is that you expect them to do, and then you show up and you say you were breaking the law or whatever. I just think that's the weirdest, just most dysfunctional way to do things. But then again, it's the government. So what do you expect from the U.S. government? So where do I think this is going to go? I think Robinhood is a strong business. It's going to continue to be strong. And they seem to have a solid business model. And in fact, Robinhood just released a really nice credit card, their Robinhood Gold card. I've looked at a lot of reviews on it, and I like it. I like it so much that I'm actually going to get one. I'm a member of Robinhood Gold, and actually we use Robinhood a lot in class when it comes to generating income by selling stock options. And so if you'd like to, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working, which shows how I make thousands of dollars a week selling stock options. I don't really buy a lot of stock options because I'm not really big into the speculation side. I study it. I understand it. I learned a lot about it in my doctoral program and stuff like that. But I like the sell side because I like generating the income, because income can pay bills. So if you're looking for some ways to pay some bills and you have some capital that you want to invest, that's what we do in our Prime program. So if you'd like to get an exposure to it, just text the word money to 87948 and I'll send you that training right away. It'll come right to your text message. So just check your phone. It's called How to Make Money Without Working. It does work. It's real. It's not hocus pocus. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So this stuff does actually work. All right. So anyway, guys, I didn't want to talk very long. I just wanted to say hello. And I promised you guys that I would give you a stock that I am invested in, that I believe in. And that stock for today that I'm going to buy right now in my account is Netflix. Netflix is a company that has just impressed the crap out of me with the way they handled the onslaught of all these big movie production companies that really thought they could come in and take Netflix's lunch. And Netflix is just innovative. They're doing that goofy fight between Mike Tyson and Jake. What's his face? Jake Paul, I think that's his name. Which to me, it's a joke because Mike Tyson's an old man; he's almost 60, and then also they're not really going to hit each other hard. They're just drawing a lot of attention so they can make money. But it's going to work. It's going to work, just like they did that live roast of Tom Brady, which had some really heavy jokes, man. Oh my gosh, it was kind of crazy how they did that. But that did really well. So I just think Netflix is a great company, very innovative. And so if you want to know what I'm going to buy right now, I'm literally logging in to my E-Trade account right now, and I'm buying shares in Netflix. And so if you want to see a lot of the stocks that I pick every week for the students, you can just go to drboycestocks.com. That's drboycestocks.com. So feel free to go to drboycestocks.com, and there's a bunch of stuff in there that I invest in. And again, this is not investing advice. This is just me telling you what I'm doing. And give me a yes if you understand this is not invested advice. I have to make sure, and also give me a yes if you understand that investing involves risk, and there's no such thing as a risk-free investment, at least not in the stock market anyway. So there is a risk-free investment actually, but even the risk-free stuff isn't as risk-free as people think. For example, there's an assumption that treasury bills sold by the U.S. government are risk-free. That there's an assumption that the U.S. government will always be able to pay its bills. Even in graduate school, when they used to tell us that, because we build a lot of financial models off that. Most of the financial equations that we use to understand money and how it works and where money goes and all that, it's built on this assumption that the U.S. Treasury bill is a risk-free asset. I don't believe it's risk-free. Anything connected to these just goofy, dumb politicians in D.C. that make dumb decisions that put the country $35 trillion in debt, that they want to send $100 billion over to Ukraine and Israel, even though most American people don't ask for that, because politics is controlled by money, right? It's all about the money. If you understand the money, you understand politics. That's why I like talking to you guys about money every day, because money affects your lives in ways that you can't even see. So anyway, long story short, I don't believe that assumption. I don't believe that our government's risk-free. I don't think that these inferior minds that are running our government are capable of running an entity that's risk-free. If you look all around the country, for example, look at all the cities that are going bankrupt. Look at all the cities that literally, I think the mayor it was Houston, where he literally gave a speech and he's like, "We are technically broke." I'm like, how the hell are you broke? You're bringing in billions of dollars in revenue. How are you broke? What's going on? Well, it's your political dysfunction. You're a dysfunctional family. And this is why I talk to you guys, when we do financial consciousness training, I talk to you guys about things like family and the community that you're working in and the group that you're a part of. Because when you have a dysfunctional family and you have chaos and fighting and miscommunication and everything else, it's going to be hard for you to really build on that. So politicians are kind of like a dysfunctional family to me. The Democrats hate the Republicans. Republicans hate the Democrats. They can't they can't agree on anything. And then as a result, you have these financial problems that could be easily solved. They could be easily solved. Like literally, if I walked in and they said, Dr. Boyce, we're going to make you dictator for a day, and we need you to solve, 50% of our financial problems in a day, or let's give it a week, because I might need a little more time. I could solve those problems. Just do what the hell I say. Just, okay, cut this, stop spending so much on this, fix that. Change your campaign finance laws. Stop letting your politicians get bought by money. Did y'all know? See, when all that money, that $100 billion got sent over to Israel and Ukraine, I saw something that was interesting where they basically said that AIPAC, which is kind of like the Jewish version of the NAACP, they literally have bought like 93 out of 100 senators. Like 93 out of 100 senators have accepted money from this organization. There was a black lady in Ohio, a black senator, congresswoman or something. And they said that there was another lady I think she was a black woman too, that was in her seat. And they needed to replace her because she was not supporting what they wanted to do over in Israel. So they went and gave her opponent $1 million to beat her and take her out of office. Did y'all hear what I just said? Like, it's kind of crazy, right? So this is what you're dealing with, right? So anyway, enough of that little rant. So just if you want to understand the world, just follow the money. And remember, though, also, if you can find ways to unity and working together, that will usually lead you to the money. So find the people that are in your corner, unify with them, find a way to overcome obstacles, break down barriers, and become teammates. And I guarantee you get the right teammates, good things are going to happen. Now, one thing I want to remind everybody of is that the Get Money Fest is hosted by Jay Ortiz, who's a great hip hop artist and a really smart young brother out of Philadelphia. And anyway, Jay invited me to be one of the many, many, many financial speakers at his event called the Get Money Fest, which is going to be May 18th. I think his tickets are actually free, but they're VIP tickets. Where I guess it's standing room only if you get the free ticket. But anyway, so Jay is doing this, and he's really a creative artist. He was actually close friends with that rapper PNB Rock, who was killed out in California. And Jay is one of the artists I mentor. People don't know this, but I've mentored quite a few like young guys that are doing business and hip hop and stuff like that, like D1 and Jay Ortiz and stuff like that. And anyway, so Jay and I had a long conversation about hip hop as I was talking about this whole beef with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, and also after PNB Rock got killed. And I remember saying, I don't really know if hip hop is an industry that you want to be in, right? Because when I was looking at the stuff with Kendrick and Drake, and now somebody's got shot, I said, this is a dangerous profession, dude. So I want you to be safe and I want you to be okay. So let's talk business, right? So anyway, when we were talking business, he told me he's doing this Get Money Fest where they're going to combine art and fashion and hip hop, but they're also going to bring in lots of financial experts. And I just love that. I love the idea of merging hip hop, the power of hip hop, with all the things that make Black people better, right? I love the idea of hip hop being used to support Black people being healthier mentally and physically. I love the idea of using hip hop to help Black people have better relationships with each other instead of trying to kill each other. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you agree. I love the idea of hip hop being used to help Black people get money instead of waste money. So anyway, Jay Ortiz, he's actually on tour with this artist named Kevin Gates and stuff like that. But anyway, Jay is doing this event in Philly. It's May 18th. Getmoneyfest.com is the URL. And also I'll just share the link with you guys at some point. If you guys want to join, just let them know you're with Dr. Boyce, and we can go do the damn thing. So anyway, and we got to support young people that are trying to do the right thing. So anyway, that's what's going on in my life right now. It's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. Really good people out there, and it's a great city with a lot of potential. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to head on out, guys. I just wanted to come in and just say hello to you. We are going to do financial consciousness training later on today at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single day, and it's totally free. Bring your family, and I guarantee you it's going to elevate your economic life and elevate the way you see money. So if you'd like to join us, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. I will send you a personal invitation. Just text morning to 87948. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. God bless you, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I thought on the Saturday night I would analyze this stock market crash that everyone keeps predicting. There's so many people that are predicting that the economy is going to collapse, that the stock market is going to crash, and they kind of make these predictions all the time. And I kind of wanted to sort of give you my assessment of whether or not this is real or if it's much ado about nothing. So get comfortable, buckle up seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent and serious Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the reason I say this platform is for serious Black people is because we're not messing around when it comes to the racial wealth gap. We're not messing around when it comes to solving our economic problems. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our community. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our people. If that is who you are, and if you agree with the mission, and if that all makes sense to you, then give me a yes in the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Let me know how you feel about that, because this is something that we work on every single day in the Black Business School, and we're not playing. We're just not here to be second fiddle. We're not here to be lazy. We're not here to be weak. We're not here to play strugglenomics or survivornomics. We want to play powernomics. That's what we believe in. And so I want to say hello to everybody. Give me a quick yes also if you can hear me. I need to know if my audio is coming through okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right. That way I will know if you guys can hear me. I have to do audio because my wife and I are on a trip, and I can't do video because we're in a hotel room, and y'all don't want to have to look at all that. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. All right, so let me let you all know what was on my mind today. I was actually sort of looking around, and I saw these articles online, and some of these articles basically were predicting a stock market crash. They were predicting a calamity of epic proportions. They were predicting kind of the end of the economic universe. They were predicting that the United States was going to, fall into collapse, and that the dollar was going to be worthless, and all these other things. And I want to ask you all, how many of y'all see these things? Give me a yes if you see some of these articles and predictions, and everyone's telling you that BRICS is coming, so the dollar is going to be worthless, or the U.S. government has too much debt, so it's going to go bankrupt at any moment, or the stock market is hanging off a cliff and it's going to just collapse like crazy. Give me a yes if you heard some of this, and I'm going to kind of give you some context on this. Now, the first thing I want to do, as you guys tell me, and I want to say hello to Tarika. I see Tarika put the first yes in there, and Tamara and Edward Washington out of Cleveland, Ohio. I see you. I want to acknowledge you and let you all know how much I appreciate you. Kashif out of Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. Sean out of Harlem. Actually, we're going to do another stock option summit. The last one did really great. It was completely sold out, and you guys wanted more. So we're going to do another stock option summit probably this summer. And we chose Brooklyn as our location just because we got so much love out of Brooklyn. And I want to just acknowledge that. Now, here's the thing. So all these articles are out there predicting these market collapses, things like that. Now, here's the thing. Anything can happen. First off, let's just make that clear. Anything can happen. Things have happened before that we did not expect, etc. But one of the things I want to warn you guys about is that there is a whole industry built on predicting economic collapses. There's a whole industry of what I might call a lot of little chicken littles who all they do is they're kind of like, I don't know if y'all ever heard me talk about the Negro naysayers. Like the Negro naysayers are, these people that always find a problem with every solution. Like they literally get angry when Black people, when Black people try to come up with a solution for our own problems. Whenever we try to sort of figure out how to make ourselves better, they get mad, and they don't like it when Black people invest because they think there's no point in even trying. They think that Black-owned businesses are a waste of time because we don't know what we're doing, and they're just kind of negative, right? These Negro naysayers that Black people can't build no wealth, Black people can't build no businesses, Black people can't do it. And what these little Negro naysayers do, is they kind of just sit around and they don't do anything. They don't build anything. They don't actually create anything better. They don't give any sort of hope or any solutions. All they do is they wait for other people to try, and they just wait for them to fail. They sit back. They have the easiest job in the world. The Negro naysayer has the easiest job in the world because all they do is they sit back and they wait for people to fail. And what's interesting is that that's an easy job because guess what? 80% of all Black-owned businesses do fail. 80% of Black-owned business. So that means if y'all start 5 businesses in this room, 4 of them are going to fail. So here's the thing, though. I'm going to ask you a question. I promise I'm going to get to the point on this other topic in a minute, but it relates. I'm going to relate it to us as Black people. Let me ask y'all this: yes or no? Even though 80% of all Black-owned businesses fail, does that mean that we still need to start Black-owned businesses? Or should we give up? Should Black people not invest because sometimes when you invest, things go wrong? Should Black people not try to build wealth because it's harder for us to do it because we're not white? Give me a yes or no. Do you think that we should keep going, or do you think we should give up? So the reason I ask you all this question is because investing is hard. Wealth building is hard. Solving problems is hard. What is easy is to sit back with your little Negro naysayer, chicken little ass, and sit and wait and watch and hope that other people fail. To sit back and just wait for other people to mess up, wait for other people to stumble. And next thing you know, you tell them, see, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so, right? Well, the thing is that Black people are not the only ones who have the chicken little Negro naysayers in our communities. We also have these in the broader community. We have these in the broader financial space where you've got people who basically are just kind of economic Debbie Downers. They make their money by predicting the end of the world because they know that fear always sells. They know that if I write a book saying that the economy is going to collapse, your dollar is going to be worthless, the stock market's going straight to hell, I'm going to sell more copies of that book than I will sell of a book explaining how you can intelligently take advantage of the opportunities in front of you and build wealth like everybody else, right? So ultimately, I want to just kind of warn you, just sort of let you know my precursor bias, that while I do believe that economic collapses are possible, while I have seen economic collapses take place, I don't want you to fall for every single person that tells you that the economy is going to crash or that investing is a waste of time, because there are people who make tons of money when it comes to investing. So let me read some of this article to you. Before I begin, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I see DDS in the chat. DDS, you're my guy, brother. I appreciate you 100% because he watches the chat like a hawk, and he will, if you come in here with some nonsense or some immaturity, he will take them down without a doubt. And so this guy keeps our space clean, keeps it pure, and I respect him. Also, don't forget, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, every morning we do a free class in the Black Business School 7 days a week for anybody that wants to elevate your economic consciousness or reach your economic potential. It is called Financial Consciousness Training. If you'd like to join me in this class for free, it's not going to be free for long, but for now, the live sessions are free. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and make sure you respond to the text messages, because if you don't respond, we're going to assume that you, or if you don't hit the link and come in, we're going to assume that you don't want to be bothered, and we don't want to bother anybody that doesn't want to be bothered. We're not forcing this on anybody. We're not begging anybody to want to learn economics. We're offering that to the community for those that are interested. And if those who don't respond after a while, we have to take you off the list because it costs money every time we text you. But we will text you if you want to be text the word morning to 87948, and we'll send you a reminder. We will be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. If you live in another country and you can't text the word morning to 87948, just go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there, drboyceelevate.com. So we were talking about this article. And this article I'm going to read is in Business Insider. And what they said is that there are a bunch of doomsdayers, what they call doomsdayers, who believe that the economy is going to crash. They call them economic doomers. They said economic doomers are getting louder as they say the economy is headed for collapse. There's a Reddit group apparently called Economic Collapse. It's a subreddit. And it's risen by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. So it's grown dramatically. They said there's a divergence between. Now, someone says I thought it was at 10 a.m. Yes, 10 a.m. Eastern. Did I say 9 a.m.? You know what? I might have said 9 a.m. because that's Central Time. I apologize, everybody. It's 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. I hope I said that right. So please forgive me for saying that incorrectly. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. But yeah, and drboyceelevate.com, or text the word morning to 87948. So basically they said that there's a divergence between what experts say is a healthy economy and the experience of many individuals. And this is actually something I have been noticing, though. I have been noticing that despite the fact that most experts are saying that the economy is doing great, everything's wonderful, that's not the experience of most working class people. I was explaining that to our oldest son today. I said there's a big divergence between what the people at the top are saying about the economy and the people at the bottom. The people at the top, the people who own property, the people who own stock, and the people who own businesses, they feel like this is a great economy. The people at the Federal Reserve feel like we're in a great economy. But if you go talk to someone who's, say, a minimum wage employee or somebody who is working in a factory, they're not going to give the same narrative. That narrative is not the same for them as it is for everybody else. So really, you do have multiple realities. It's almost like all of us are in the same building, and one person says, "Ooh, this building has a beautiful view." And that person is in the penthouse. They're at the very top in the luxury penthouse. But then the other person says, no, the views in this building are terrible. But you realize that they're actually working in the basement. So the people working in the basement of the economic building, which is a great way to describe the economy, they're not seeing the view the same way people at the top are seeing it. That's 100% true. So I said here, Daniel, a Reddit user based in Washington, D.C., has been browsing the subreddit Economic Collapse for about 4 years. He says he isn't a doomsdayer, but he sees an economic implosion coming for the U.S. that could mirror the Soviet Union's collapse at the end of the Cold War. Daniel, who asked to only use his first name to protect his privacy, has taken steps to prepare for his grim vision of the future. He refuses to hold his savings accounts in cash and has all of his money invested in a portfolio of defense stocks, gold, crypto, and other assets he thinks will maintain their value. The one thing that our economy is going to be guaranteed is a wartime economy, he said. Only time will tell how bad it will truly get. Then he says, observers may be quick to dismiss such talk as conspiratorial or alarmist, but a growing number of people in online communities on Reddit and elsewhere say their unease about the economy and material conditions in the U.S. points to a coming collapse. The sentiment has been on the rise amid the frustration and anxiety that comes with the pandemic and never seem to subside, experts say, though most economists agree that the economy is probably fine for now. Interest in ultra-bearish takes on the market or the economy is on the up based on raw search data. Google searches for stock market crash have jumped 17% over the last quarter, while searches for economic crash have surged 15%, according to the search analytics firm Glimpse. Membership on the subreddit, on the Economic Collapse subreddit, also climbed in recent years, rising by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. The broader doomsday message board Collapse has also seen an increase in membership, rising 26% since the end of 2021. In both communities, users are sounding the alarm on all sorts of apocalyptic scenarios for the economy, with some predicting a stock market crash, a housing market crash, or total collapse of the U.S. financial system. One Redditor, who Business Insider connected with, who holds their identity private, said they believe the stock market would plummet if the Fed didn't continue to raise interest rates, causing a hyperinflation problem to spread through the economy. Okay. All right. So let me tell you all where some of the risk is there. I'm going to start with where I think they might be right, and then I'm going to explain to you why this doesn't panic me or freak me out. Areas of concern in the economy might be the following. Number one, Donald Trump right now is having trouble with some of his properties in New York, particularly his property on Wall Street. He's a building on Wall Street that isn't where the value's been dropping, the vacancy rates have been dropping, and this is representative of a broader trend that the general office market, office building market, office space market has started to really drop. That basically people don't want office space anymore because a lot of people are working from home, people are doing hybrid work. So a lot of those property values are dropping. Now, where this could affect the broader economy is that a lot of banks have clients that borrow money from them to invest in commercial real estate. So as the commercial real estate values drop, this problem spreads to banks. There was a guy that I wrote my dissertation under by the name of Andrew Caroli, Professor Andrew Caroli. I believe he's at Cornell now. He used to write about something called financial contagion. And basically what Professor Caroli was pretty much able to unearth and explain is that the economy has contagion just like you get a cold, that there are different segments of the global economy where when one thing happens in one area, it affects the other. So commercial real estate can pass their financial virus, on to the banks. And when banks get in trouble, that could be a problem for everyone. So they're not completely incorrect. There is a risk of a banking problem, and the Fed is watching that very closely. Much of the banking problem is connected to the commercial real estate market. So I want to definitely make it clear that they're not speaking from outer space, that some of what they're saying could have some truth to it. And if you want to see what Professor Caroli looks like, there's his image on the screen. Hold on. I want to pull it up here so you guys can see it. Hold on. Let me fix this. Yeah, there he is. And I'm going to tell you like this. He's one of my favorite white people on the planet. I respect this white man immensely, and I love him because he got me through my dissertation. And if you know anything about getting a real PhD, I'm not talking about these little fake weekend PhDs people get. I had to do the real thing. It's very, very hard to do. I was the only African-American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. There was no male, no female anywhere African-American that got that same degree. This man was responsible for signing my dissertation. He literally emailed me one of the most important emails I ever got in my life. And the email literally said, your proposal looks good. Let's schedule a defense date. And that day I remember just feeling so relieved. I mean, it was just so much pressure. So this man actually got me there, and he's a very nice guy. And it's really interesting because you're so used to the racism that comes from white American males. It's just crippling. No matter what level of society you're on, you just see that. And this guy happened to be from Canada. So I think that him being Canadian made him a little more open to working with a black person and being fair to me. And I will just say, you'll never hear me say a negative thing about this guy, because he got me through my PhD process, which was really traumatic. But anyway, so he's one of the leading experts on earth in financial contagion, and that's relevant to this conversation. So basically, the commercial real estate market could become contagious to the banking system, which could become contagious to the broader economy at large. Also, you do have a debt problem in the United States. The government has an unsustainable amount of debt. Now, there are some who say, "Oh, don't worry about it because we can print money." I think that that's a really cavalier, almost very what's the word? Shall we say? It's an arrogant way to look at that problem. I think that we have a lot of economic irresponsibility from our politicians. There are lots of cities across America that are just flat broke. I think the mayor of Houston, I remember him literally using the words, "We're broke." And I personally will say this can't be healthy. There's nothing good about having politicians that are financially irresponsible. So that's a problem. And then also the stock market. There is evidence to say that the stock market could right now be, at least if it's not overvalued, it could at least be at a point where it's a little bit shaky. It's a little shaky because the expectations are very high. And if anything goes wrong, that could really cause a decline in the stock market. So as you prepare for these declines, as you prepare for these things, you just engage in straightforward risk management. Don't turn into Chicken Little. Don't run around screaming that the sky's falling, because you're going to miss a lot of opportunities sitting on the sideline, crying like a little punk, just distracting all the real investors and the grown folks that are in the room. Most Chicken Littles, most people that are constantly warning that the sky is falling, if you look in their bank accounts, most of these people are broke. And any relative, give me a yes if you have relatives in your family that think investing's crazy, that they think the whole economy is going to collapse, they think the stock market's completely fraudulent, and they don't participate. Give me a yes if you have relatives like that. And then so after you put a yes in the chat to tell me about your little sorry ass relatives that keep telling you not to invest, I want you to go look at their bank account. That's what I want you to do. I want you to go look at what kind of car are they driving. I want you to look at what kind of life are they living. Are they living the life you want? Are they driving the car you want to drive? Do they have the financial security that you desire to have? Yes or no? Most people who talk about investing or the market as if it's always bad and are always sort of looking for the negative people usually have negative outcomes. Just like that person who's always telling you that your boyfriend ain't crap, but she ain't got no boyfriend. She ain't got no man. She trying to make you single like her, or your guy, the male friends that are telling you how to deal with your wife or your girlfriend. Well, guys like that don't have love in their life. Nobody loves them. That's why they act that way. So ultimately, people who talk that way are not people to listen to. Risk is always present. There's always something that can go wrong. So if Chicken Little is looking for something to be afraid of, Chicken Little will always find something. Give me a yes if you're following this and if you understand. Do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you want to know something I invested in recently, I did invest in uranium, in a uranium company, or a uranium ETF. And the reason I did that is because there's predicted to be an energy shortage related to AI, and uranium is one of the places that helps with nuclear power plants. And so the Global X Uranium ETF, let's see here, the last month it's gone about 4%, maybe 14% this year. It's not going to make you rich, but it will give you an opportunity to participate in the expected increased demand for uranium, which is related to the use of nuclear power, which is related to AI. AI is going to be a power eater. So if you're interested in taking a look, this is not investing advice, but this is what I bought. The ticker symbol is URA. Somebody type URA in the chat so other people can see it. The ticker symbol is URA. Again, not investing advice. Just my 2 cents. If you'd like to see more of the stocks I pick for my students, you can go to drboycestocks.com. That URL's on the screen, drboycestocks.com. Okay, so let me finish reading the rest of this article here, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of context on it to help you understand how I sort of see these things. So they said here in this article about all the people that are predicting that the economy is going to crash. They said another user warned that the recent run-up in AI stocks could lead to a dot-com style crash. Quote, irrational exuberance and greedy speculation. Big money to be made in the short term, but massive hangover when the party's over. I wouldn't want to be left holding the bag when it all falls in. Now, so what they're talking about is the big rise in NVIDIA stock. Now, a lot of you may have bought NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a great company to own in terms of the revenue. But one of the concerns about NVIDIA stock and the rise in the stock price is that when a stock moves up that much, there's always like this possibility that you're going to end up regretting ownership. I mean, it literally, if you've owned NVIDIA for 5 years, my wife and I have owned it for about 4 or 5 years, you made a 2,196% return on NVIDIA stock during that time. That's pretty unbelievable. That's pretty massive. And what a lot of people are saying is that, okay, this big run up in AI, it's built on the potential of AI. It's built on this idea that AI is going to conquer the world. And everybody knows that AI is going to conquer the world, but nobody knows exactly what that's going to look like, right? So when they see NVIDIA, there are two camps with this NVIDIA thing. There are people that say, no, this is just the beginning. It's at the stock's at 898. It can keep going. It's going to go past 1,000. It's going to go to 1,500 to 2,000, whatever. That's one camp. The second camp is the camp that says, hold on, hold your horses. We're getting a little bit too excited about AI expectations. We're setting the expectations so high that if something goes wrong, we're going to be screwed. We're all going to be done. So really with AI and NVIDIA and all that, one of the things that I did was I did trim some of my NVIDIA holdings and diversify my portfolio because I didn't want one stock to be too much in my portfolio. I think we invested 5,000 in NVIDIA. That turned into 100,000. I'm okay with that. I'm okay walking away from some of that and still holding on to some stuff. Also, you can do little things like put options and all that. So that tends to help protect you from the downside. So it says here that many doomers say they're just presenting a more realistic version of the situation. Freddie Smith, the Florida-based real estate agent, says he isn't an alarmist, but regularly posts warnings on the economy on his social media accounts. In one TikTok, he speculates that the economy is now even worse than it was during the Great Depression due to the higher cost of living. Quote, they're still kind of sucking the money, pushing people over the edge or to the edge, Smith said of the government's treatment of the middle class. He anticipates rising homelessness and more people living paycheck to paycheck if economic reforms aren't made. I agree with that too. That's actually not a bad point. Also, even in the stock market, there are people who believe that the stock market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression or right before the Great Depression, which was the end of the Roaring 20s in 1929. Jonathan Rose, the CEO of the commodities firm Genesis Gold Group, says he's also noticed increased anxiety among his clients. The number of investors he works with who have bought physical gold specifically as a store value has surged around 40 to 60% since the pandemic. So the pandemic put people on edge. It made people look at things like gold a little bit differently. I think the price of gold has been rising quite a bit. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. It's been kind of crazy. Let me see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. I do remember reading. Yeah. 17% increase this year. Let me see if I can show you guys this screen so you can see it. But yeah, so the price of gold has really been kind of going crazy. And by the way, this podcast is on Spotify and Apple. So if you're not, but if you're watching on Spotify and Apple, you won't see the images, but I'll just tell you what's on the screen. But if you ever want to like just listen instead of watch, you can go to Spotify and Apple, just look up my name. Okay, so here is an image of gold. So you can see here that the price of gold has gone way, way up. If you go out 5 years, you'll see gold has gone up by about 85%. That's not bad. I mean, that's really good. This year so far, 14%. Last year, 17%. I don't think that really is the best you could have done with your money, though. There's so many other places you could have put your money that would have done so much better than gold. What gold really does, in my view, is it doesn't make you rich. Gold will keep you rich. Gold tends to be a great store of value that is a hedge against skyrocketing inflation, and that's why people buy gold. So they said here, people are looking to prep with metals, Rose said. There's always a steady influx of people who are always looking to protect and diversify. But I think the past couple of years, there's definitely been an uptick. The economic reality doesn't quite square up with what many on these forums say they're preparing for. The U.S. has avoided a recession that's been predicted for the last 2 years. The labor market also remains relatively robust, with the unemployment rate remaining near historic lows in March. Rose speculates that pessimism over the economy has surged since the start of the pandemic. That experience of uncertainty and fear has made people more aware of risks facing the economy, he says, which includes high debt, high government debt levels, rising geopolitical tensions, and stubbornly high inflation, all of which are a problem. Quote, I think there are just more problems today than there were 10 years ago. People are concerned about these problems, and they're saying that we are due for something to happen. Many people may also be reacting to the fact that they have lived their experience that their lived experience of the economy may not be matching to the strength of the data that's been reported. That's true. I was just talking to our son about that today. I said, there are a lot of people who think the economy is doing great, but there are a lot of people who don't feel like it's doing great. I said, the people that feel like the economy is great are the people that tend to own assets. If you own stock and own real estate, or you own a business, the economy's been pretty good for you, most likely. If you are a worker living off regular wages and you don't own any assets, the economy probably sucks, because your boss is not giving you a raise that matches the rate of inflation. So think about this. If inflation's 7 or 8%, but you only got a 1% raise, that means that extra 6% is going to eat into your quality of life, right? It's going to eat into your ability to buy food and to pay rent and all the other things that we have to do. So effectively, this is one of the reasons why, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've kind of laid out like that framework for the $5 a day plan, which I think every family should do for their children. But then also I actually refined the Black Wealth Master Plan this morning by basically giving 3 rules. Every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12, just in case they can't get a job. Every Black child should own stock by the age of 5, and they should have stock bought for them consistently. And third, every Black child should be in a position to put a down payment on a property by the age of 21. It doesn't mean that they should buy the property at 21. It just means they should be able to buy property at 21. And the way they do that is by giving them something that's more important than a college degree. That is a capital base. That's where the $5 a day plan comes into play, because if you've been putting $5 a day or $150 a month in the stock market since that baby was little, that baby's going to have 6 figures, at least 100,000, maybe even more, to buy property if they want to, or start a business, right? So this gives them the ability to benefit in an inflationary economy as opposed to being left behind. So if you want to take a look, that's totally free. We talk about this a lot in the Black Business School. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Okay, guys. So generally speaking, what I want to point to really quickly, if you can hit the thumbs up button, is I'm going to point to some of the biggest crashes of all time. I'm going to just sort of tell you my perspective on this. Here's some of the biggest crashes of all time. First of all, there was the Wall Street crash of 1929. That was known as Black Tuesday, and that was pretty bad. That was the start of the Great Depression. Then there was Black Monday, 1987. That was October 19th, and that was when the market crashed, dropped 22% in a single day. The dot-com bubble was pretty bad. That was triggered by the collapse of speculative dot-com companies, and the crash led to major losses, mostly in tech stocks. A fourth one was 2008. They had the financial crash of 2008, which was initiated by the bursting of the U.S. housing bubble. And that was driven by what they called mortgage-backed securities, where they were basically lying and giving bad loans out and then saying to Wall Street that these are all great loans. So investors were investing in a portfolio of what they thought were good loans, but they were actually bad loans because they just had a bad system in place. And then in 2020, you had the market crash that occurred right at the start of the pandemic. Now, what I want to tell you with 100% clarity, without a single doubt in my mind, is that every single one of these crashes was a buying opportunity. Every crash I just mentioned to you created thousands and thousands of millionaires and even a few billionaires. Every one of these crashes created wealthy people. And you know what the difference between the people that created wealth from the crashes and the people that didn't? Was how you reacted. You know, look, here's the reality. Here's the truth. The economic storms are probably coming. There's going to be a day where hellfire rains on the sky and the economy is going to go berserk, or the stock market's going to just act a fool and prices are going to drop. It's going to happen. It happens all the time. Crashes occur all the time. And what I will say to you is the difference between the people that do well during the crashes and the ones who don't is whether or not you allow fear to conquer your soul as an investor. If you allow the fear to cause you to become so financially traumatized that you walk away from investing and you don't ever come back, well, then guess what? Somebody else is going to get your money. Somebody else is going to get the benefit of waiting out the storm and taking advantage of the economic recovery. Somebody else is going to get the money that you should have gotten. You paid the price for somebody else to get rich. And honestly, that's how capitalism works. Warren Buffett actually used to say that wealth is simply a transfer from impatient people to patient people. It's a transfer of money from the people that are into instant gratification versus people that are committed to delayed gratification. Wealth is basically a transfer from people who get scared versus people who can hold it out and wait, who can stand the rain a little bit. In 2020, that was an amazing opportunity to make an insane amount of money. There were so many stocks. There are countless numbers of stocks I can name that since the crash in 2020, they've either doubled or tripled or even quadrupled. That was your money. That was your money walking right past you if you did not have the economic consciousness to see what was happening, if you did not have the financial awareness to know what was going on. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying. Let me know if you get what I'm saying when I talk about financial awareness. I need you to let me know that you understand. Like, this is why I teach financial consciousness every morning. And I decided to do it for free because I don't want a price point. Now, sure, it costs us money to run the Black Business School. I gotta feed people with this, with the school. The school has to take care of the people that run the school. But this was something I said, I want to do this for free because we sometimes we forget that the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So what happens is a lot of times we stay poor because money walks right past us. And because our financial awareness is low, we don't even see the opportunity lying in front of us. We're focused on whether or not Drake is a better rapper than Kendrick Lamar. And the rest of the world, the economic world, the smart investors are making insane amounts of money at the same time. So don't let that be you. Heighten your economic consciousness so you can take advantage of the next opportunity when it arises. And there will be, if we're lucky, we will have a crash. If we're lucky, we are going to see a stock market dip. If we're lucky, we are going to see a day where prices plummet. And when that happens, those who can go in there, hold their nose, buy up some assets and wait out the storm are the ones who are going to walk away rich. You're the ones that are going to get paid. In fact, that's why, my lovely wife, who's a therapist, helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. My wife is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. I am not an internet influencer, and she is not an internet influencer. We are professors. We are PhDs. We are scientists in our field. So she's not an influencer who can get on and tell you what you want to hear about relationships. She's a person that uses science to analyze relationships and to analyze psychology. She's licensed in what she does, unlike 90% of the influencers out there. So we are not internet influencers. We are professors. We are scientists. So she helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because I said some of our people need the mindset required to become an investor. You need a mindset required to overcome your trauma. You need the mindset required for you to have long-term delayed gratification. You need the mindset required that's going to give you the ability to withstand the storm, so you can get access to the money. So anyway, that's it. My wife's website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you want to go see what she does and go look at her credentials and all that, you can feel free to do that. And so also, before I head out of here, guys, I want to invite you, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training. We do this every morning for free at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School. It's online, so you can do it from anywhere. So if you'd like to get a notification or get an invitation, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And another way you can get in if you live overseas and you can't text the word morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there as well. And I'll send you guys an invitation from Dr. Boyce Elevate also. All right, so I'm going to get out of here, guys. I hope you guys have a good day and a good night, and I appreciate you hanging out with me. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. Don't panic. Don't freak out. These crashes happen all the time, and the recovery is usually shortly thereafter. There's no guarantees, but that's typically what the history says, okay? Now, just a reminder, Jay Ortiz, who is a hip-hop artist out of Philadelphia, he's on tour with the rapper called Kevin Gates right now, but Jay is holding an event in Philly called the Get Money Fest, and it's going to be basically a mix of art, fashion, and hip-hop, but they're doing a major financial literacy component. They're bringing together people that know how to make money, mainly for independent business people or artists or anybody that wants to figure out how to make money, how to invest, how to raise money, all that stuff. He's bringing together experts, and I really love that. So I'm going to support him at this event. So if you'd like to join for free, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. And or you can in Philadelphia. I don't have the address in front of me, but it's going to be in Philadelphia on May 18th. And I think you can get in free. So feel free to join us in Philly. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for listening. And I will check back in with you guys soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for consciousness training. Take care. Bye-bye.
Because
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, Triple 10, 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm going to tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society, we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. And I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident, right? Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society, we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this. Or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, so let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b1investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that when Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if you, if it's one thing to be losing the game. It's one thing to be struggling in the game. It's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey man, how you been doing, man? Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making 6 figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism, or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen, because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to, fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? Man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan, and just, again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. And as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God, or what, And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go. You ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to the song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's again, it's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things, but you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously, it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is, sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth Black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended Black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-Black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. but you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual, in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. You find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said, "That's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, 'You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want? and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me. You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. I would not, I would and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are many countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I've never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? they can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move and that you default on that debt. So your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows, no, Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over a few million dollars." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. But in my mind, it's kind of like, it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved, right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there, and I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free black man or a free black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that, and I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't. I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're gonna eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, in fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was giving to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're gonna have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com, or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives, those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families, if we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. He was in my wedding. And so I remember, just kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? R.I.P. to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses just to know that you're following me, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together. And it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other. It costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see in economics we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, P-O-O-R, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision, because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay. So put your question in the Q&A section. And if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing. Anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We will take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com. And the discount code is Today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids, financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see, we have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only gonna invest if I know for sure what's gonna happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is, number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Nick, sorry, Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of $23.99 and a 1-year low of $9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other. Crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you could see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that, right? So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Right? Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me. I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of American. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers where everybody wants to be a buyer? Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at $7.27. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as $11 or $12.66. So if you bought at $12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at $12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by Reddit, the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL player that's going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers, pretty much, or the redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in, and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling, and that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, "Wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead." Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down. It does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is, in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion, is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is 735. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm gonna buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or 1,100 bucks. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading slash gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. This now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at 735 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, 45 bucks. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like even if I bought a put, the price is 735. So even if I bought a put with a strike of 550, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well, and it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week, it could last for a month, it could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made. As long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions. And then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right, so let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right, so let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So, if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you're going to end up losing money. As long as you know that, that's okay. Um, actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say, about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically the stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right, and by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice. But if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in. drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two. And then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks in the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks in the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is, in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, and you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is three stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, then what they're saying is that that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have a somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of the so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. And I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, that's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, "Are you still selling options on Marathon Digital?" Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So, yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked, and we had bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something, and it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again, and we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Um, yeah, I think you can I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, "I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them?" No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talk to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is, I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone, because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, I'm talking, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, "Oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you, and we bought this for you." We don't do none of that, because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus, because I don't want to money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly 350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to earn or, monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right, so put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're going to take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school or taking that money to invest in real estate or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in? It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, my Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce? No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Monty's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trusts that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. there's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. You know, I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also, we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all. Wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people and also the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here with an opportunity to speak to a man that I have a lot of respect for. A lot of you all know who this brother is, and if you don't know who the brother is, you're going to find out today, and I guarantee you'll never forget him. His name is Michael V. Roberts. Michael is he's out of St. Louis, and he's known for a lot of things, among other things. He's run multi-billion-dollar companies. He's done a lot of things around the world. He's deeply connected to work in Ghana and other places. And he's also come to the All Black National Convention. And so without further ado, I'd like to ask my brother, Dr. Roberts, how you doing today?
Well, I'm great. And it's good to be on the Guru for African Americans show, because you are the person that's giving advice and counsel and leadership, and it's really not just in the United States as well. It's world known. I remember when we were in Ghana together, and your show was being shown from Ghana, and it's all over the world. So, Boyce, I really want to congratulate you and thank you for being who you are on behalf of all of us who watch you. We appreciate what you stand for. You are probably the most clarion voice for African Americans in today's timeline. So once again, thank you for having me on.
Well, I'm very humbled by those words, and I appreciate that. And I'll also acknowledge everybody that's in here: Doug and Tony and Anthony and Terry Cobb, and those who came in early. Put a B1 in the chat if you're Black first, if you love our community and you want our community to do well. Also, Black first means that we believe in educating our kids. We believe in teaching wealth to our loved ones, and we want to break generational curses. We do not continue them. And I'm going to say this as I humbly accept the kind words from Dr. Roberts, is to say, I'm nothing without my people. I'm nothing without everybody in here supporting us. And so I want to thank everybody out there too. So his compliment to me is a compliment to you all, because I think we're making Black history here. So Dr. Roberts, let me ask you this question. You let's just, I guess, start from the beginning. I was intrigued with your story. You know, I remember when my brother, who's my number one business partner, read about you and your brother. And I remember years ago us seeing the article or something. I don't know if it was CNN or somewhere else, and saying that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to start there. Like, how does that feel to have been able to do so much with someone who's right in your own family? Does that? I mean, I know it has its ups and downs, but what does that feel like for you in terms of making that sort of success different from, say, if you've gone off and done something on your own?
Well, let me begin by saying that we have excellent parents, Victor and Dolores Roberts. So we just lost my dad at 99 and a half just a few months ago, and a couple of years before that at 92, my mom, and they've been married 75 years. So that would immediately sort of indicate that there was a certain stability in our household as a result of our parents looking out for us, making sure that we're doing the right thing, getting us properly educated. Steve and I, my brother and I, both went to law school. We both came out of law school, and within a year or two were elected to our Board of Aldermen or City Council in St. Louis. I served 8 years. Steve served 12. So our commitment to the community was through the political activities. And by the way, I mean, when I graduated from law school, I moved 2 blocks from the projects in St. Louis, the Blue Bar projects, where I was, learning an awful lot about the challenges that people face. As an alderman, you're almost like a junior mayor. So no matter whether it's a drug issue that's going into a community we have to somehow seed out, or even if it's, problems that are domestic in nature, sometimes, you are asked to step in and give advice and counsel and give direction. Well, at the same time, I was looking at our neighborhoods, and we saw that so many of our wonderful homes were being left vacant. The very homes that parents had worked day and night, extra hours in order to pass on as their legacy for their children. But our children were so busy trying to run to the suburbs and get away from the neighborhood that the properties were going to seed. And so I looked at those and I started to invest in my own neighborhoods and realized that at some point in the future, property on the inner city will become extremely valuable. And it's they say there's gold in dim their streets, as we said. And sure enough, many years later, the regentrification of a community is clearly showing that white folks are coming back into the black neighborhoods that were black at one point and taking those homes and developing them. So to do my part, and my brother and I decided we would start there. We moved on to build, and we bought an old Sears building in North St. Louis. In the 80s, Sears was moving out of neighborhoods as they became more black, and many cities have big boarded up monoliths to drug trafficking and crime. But we didn't want that to happen. We were just born 2 blocks from this building. We acquired it. We developed it out. We held it for nearly 40 years and recently sold it to the St. Louis Regional Urban League, who've now taken it and advanced it into a tremendous facility. And we're talking 200,000 square foot building that's now offering even more services. Now, we had 50 or 60 tenants, but now with the Urban League, we have it as a adaptable reuse, both for purposes relating to retail. We had a dentist, we had an optometrist at one time, and a variety of different. It was really a mixed bag of businesses that we negotiated into the facility. And today it's great. Across the street, we acquired the balance of the land, and we built a 42,000 square foot strip shopping center. It was our first of a few, and then I found myself being elected as the first black on the International Council of Shopping Centers, which is all the shopping centers, the developers, the tenants in the world that relate to that type of business. It was a great experience and one that I was able to give back in a variety of ways. We then decided we would go down into the downtown area. We bought our first hotel after having built a few TV stations. We ultimately owned 12 full power TV stations, largest black owned group of TV stations in history. Sold some of them, started buying hotels. We ended up with 12 hotels around the country, sold some of them. We built a wireless phone company. We're probably I'm sure we're the only blacks who've ever built and owned and operated a true telephone company. It was at the time when digital phones were coming into play. Back before that, you were probably remember Boyce, the coolest guy in the movie, had a briefcase with a phone in it, and it was an analog phone, so it was that snap, crackle, drop type phone. And now moving into the digital, by being sort of a futurist, which I'm considered to be, I always jumped ahead of where we were and put our business into a location that was going to embrace by the future. And true enough, analog phones became the standard. Now everybody has one. In fact, I was joking on the interview the other day. I said, how many people get paranoid if they're more than 4 feet away from their phone? It's like an appendage to your body, and yet it's a entrepreneurial venture. We took that company public, and then ultimately sold it to Sprint. Began some investments in the Bahamas, where I'm the largest African American developer in the New Providence or Nassau area, which is again, just one more pleasure. And now I'm looking at opportunities in Africa. But saying all of that, setting an example for young and emerging entrepreneurs, as well as seniors who are now free of children with more money and better education they've ever had, that they need to go after their dreams, which they still have. And if you have a dream, the first thing you have to do is you have to wake up. And then you have to sit up and you have to stand up, and then you to prosecute your dreams, go after those dreams. And this is what I'm hoping, that as people read my two business books, Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0, that they'll see that, a kid from, in this case, North St. Louis, we weren't rich, we weren't poor, we just never had any money, could, build a company that, as you said, CNN once declared it to have a valuation of close to $1 billion. And we built it from scratch.
Interesting. So, and everybody who just came in, I was speaking with Michael V. Roberts, who is an entrepreneur. He's the author of a couple of books, actually. Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. So I encourage you guys to go look for those books. And also, as you come in, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I'd be curious to ask you this, Dr. Roberts. So, as you know, public schools and universities don't teach people to become millionaires or billionaires. They just, that's not in the curriculum. Everybody can't do it. That seems to require a specialized education that goes beyond just what you learn in school. And I know you went to school. You went to law school, and I'm sure you did very well. But what would you say to, say, a 19-year-old who is trying to become just like you, who says, okay, in 20, 30 years down the line, whatever it is, I want to be able to say I own hotels, I own cell phone companies, I've started, you bought a lot of property, you've done a lot of real estate work. What kind of education would they get to be able to do those things?
Well, the first thing I would say to them is, although the brick and mortar business model continues to exist because people need places to eat, to shop to some degree, even though Amazon is making that more and more difficult for stores to function. Let's face it, there's an emerging world of technology. It's the new revolution. And in that, there are areas that I'm hoping we'll see more of our HBCUs tackle, and that is areas involving artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, the metaverse. I think that cybersecurity is something that will touch, all businesses when it's all said and done. And there needs to be experts and business people who can come in and advise and counsel in these areas. We're going to see autonomous cars, meaning that they'll be driverless. Imagine one day you're going to have a child who's going to school. You're going to put that child in an autonomous vehicle, a driverless vehicle, who will take them to school, but only the teacher would have the code to open the door and let them out. The future is amazing. Over the next 10 years, and I ask this when I go out and speak to presidents of our HBCUs, our Black colleges and universities. I have a group called the RIG, Roberts Innovation Group. We meet every Thursday morning. And each of the subject matters I just described is an expert. For example, there's a great expert in drone technology. And what we did last summer was go into Mississippi, where one of our members of the RIG group had an elementary school grant. And we actually went in and taught how to operate drones. We went in with money management. Yes, of course. Why can't a 7 or 8 or 10-year-old learn at that age money management? That's the starting point, isn't it? And we also had esports, which is one of the great emerging businesses that a 14-year-old can make $100,000, playing in just a few games. But are these areas being explored throughout the inner city areas? And I'm hoping that part of our mission of the RIG mission is to get out and expose these types of emerging businesses that will take place. And I will add that if, for example, your job is repetitive in nature, uh, you will not have that job within the next 7 to 10 years. What do I mean? Anything that's repetitive in nature, a robot can handle. It'll be cheaper and easier. But somebody has to repair those robots. Somebody has to be able to operate them in many ways and build them, of course. So even though we may see, you know, 8 or 10 million jobs going south as a result of technology, I project we'll probably have close to 60 million new jobs that'll be created as a result of technology. Well, are we being educated? And it's again, I would ask the dean of a school or the president of a school, where do you think people will be spending money 10 years from now? How will they be spending it? And what currency will they be using? Will they be using cryptocurrency as a predominant global form of currency? And if that's the case, do we understand it? Are we investing in it? Well, what are the considerations? So we have a lot of emerging businesses, and this is a very dynamic time for folks to explore their own dreams and their ideas and their aspirations. So this is what I'd like to see. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, I was going to say that what you said makes sense. I used a really important word a second ago. Or you used a lot of important words, but one that popped out is invest. What I see as far as a pattern in your life and in the lives of many people I know who were able to win this economic game is that ability to see the future and to invest in the future right now, right? To plant your seed right now so that when the harvest comes, you're ready to collect. And a lot of us do the opposite. A lot of us follow the trends. We follow the crowd. We wait until something becomes hot and trendy and interesting, and then we want to invest in it. Well, by that time, it's too late. Like the stock market. The best time to invest in the stock market is now, not when the market's going up. You invest while it's going down, and then you catch the wave going up. And I think a lot of people don't get that. And I'd be curious to know, you talked about, for example, the HBCUs, training young people to be able to take those positions as they become available, which is important. And that's a type of investment. But what about also just, owning the companies that are going to be making these moves? I found that that you have a lot of really well-trained people that went to universities and made straight A's that don't have the first clue of what it means to really be a business owner and and all those soft skills and hard skills that are necessary to operate at that level, to play above the rim, so to speak. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that you're spot on, but I also recognize that everybody's not an entrepreneur. Some people just are not ready to handle the risks of an entrepreneur, and yet everyone has a dream of an idea. So I like to tell people that really you need to fulfill your dreams. In fact, in my book, Action Has No Season, I coined the word the actionaire. And the actionaire is one who takes their dreams, their ideas, their vision, and their passion, and they pursue them with courage and confidence and bravado. And I just tell folks, if you can eliminate the fear of failure, you'll probably find yourself in a very interesting and new space in life. And when I say that, let's break it down into two words. The first word is fear. Fear is just a mental construct. It's not of nature. You weren't born with it. It's something that you allowed to enter your psyche. And if you've allowed it to enter in, can't you potentially have it discarded at the same time? Second word, failure. I submit to you, there's no such thing as a failure. You might ask why. Well, every day when you wake up, you're given 86,400 seconds. That's 24 hours. This is kind of an existential approach. But every moment that exists, you either use it or you lose it. And if you are a person who recognizes the importance of trying and making a move, yes, perhaps a marriage doesn't work out, perhaps a business doesn't work out. Is it really a failure, or did you learn from the experience? Was it nothing more than an experience that wasn't as you would have liked the outcome to be? Or was it, therefore, an experience that you learned and grew from? So I like to have people eliminate the whole word failure from their vocabulary. I want you to feel that by taking a risk and going out and giving it a go, that you will learn from it and you will be a better person as a result of it. And so, therefore, don't lay back and wallow in some kind of I wish I hadn't done it attitude. More so, look at it more objectively and say, okay, I get it. I didn't do it right this way, or I could have done it slightly different. Let's analyze it. Let's move on. And that's what I've done. Because frankly, there's many businesses that I've done hundreds, and I've employed close to 11,000 people. 99% were Black, by the way. And there are many businesses that didn't have the outcome that I wanted. So it's not like everything you touch turns to gold. No, I mean, some of it turns to, a flat product that you don't even want to smell or touch. So it happens. That's the reality of life. That's the world that we live in. But if you're going to be in this America, if you lived in a socialist nation, you'd call yourself a socialist. If you lived in a communist nation, you'd call yourself a communist. Well, we live in a capitalist nation, and therefore we're capitalist. And a lot of times I've run into brothers and sisters who don't like that word because they think it relates to slavery. And that's not the case. Slavery was slavery. That was a completely different time and space. Capitalism is pretty simple. Boyce, you have a widget that you're trying to sell. I have a widget I'm trying to sell. And you and I are going at it, trying to sell it to the third party. Whoever wins, you win. That's capitalism. But mind you, capitalism in our community, in our day and time, there must be a word added to it. And that is social capitalism. So that you're able to actually create and have a social consciousness, because frankly, people are out here trying to help people, but you know what? When you're broke, you can't do much. You're better off, making yourself a strong capitalist stand and making money in business, and then having that with a degree of understanding that you need to give back to the community and provide advice, counsel, and resources and treasure that goes back into helping others and pull them along with you.
Well, I certainly hear that, and I agree with you. Everybody, I want you to know I'm speaking with Michael V. Roberts. Michael V. Roberts is an extraordinary businessman. He's the author of two important books everyone should read: Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. And as you come in, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, Michael is going to join us at this year's All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. And so if you are into all the things that we talk about on this platform, the convention is a space for you. We're going to cover every single thing from specialized groups on crypto to relationships to stock market investing to politics. Every single thing, and it's a great place to network and have a lot of fun. You can bring your children. We have a whole track to educate kids. So if you're interested, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me jump into what you're saying there. It seems to me, Dr. Roberts, that one thing that's important for our people to get is that the revolution needs to be financed. That you can't sort of say fight the power, on one hand, and then not have an economic plan, with the other. If you have no economic plan, it seems that you're submitting yourself to the, to the will of the people that actually control the resources. So that ability to access those resources and use them toward a productive purpose is an important part of just sort of not just being Black in America, but for any human being, particularly in a capitalist society. Is that kind of what you're saying?
I'm saying that exactly. And sometimes I use an old um, kind of fairy tale story. I don't know if you remember the story of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was a guy who drank some rum and ended up in the Catskills, and he fell asleep for 20 years. When
Mm.
he finished, he came back down into the village, and he saw the tavern, and it said George's Tavern. So he walks into the tavern, and he lifts his glass and says, "Long live King George." Well, he was immediately arrested for treason because the George that the tavern was referring to was George Washington. He
Oh,
had slept through a revolution.
wow.
And so I want us not to be Rip Van Winkles. I don't want us to sleep through this technology revolution that's taking place. There's It's pregnant with business opportunities, and
Mm.
almost anything that is traditional. I mean, look, you know, we're seeing it all over the place. Automobiles are going to go straight to electric automobiles at some point. In California, I think it's within the next 5 or 10 years that only electric cars can be sold. So there's all types of questions that surrounds that in terms of business opportunities. Now,
Mm.
folks are busy creating a lot of changes. Uh, let's talk about healthcare, for example. When somebody dies, usually you pass because one of your organs uh, breaks down and fails to function. Well, with 3D printing and an understanding of your DNA, uh, your cellular makeup, a 3D printer can reproduce that organ. And in the future, it'll be a take this one out, plug this one in. And people will live probably well into their 150s, 140s. That's my futuristic opinion. Now, that means that there's still going to be a need for housing, food, uh, a lot of the basics that folks are going to have entertainment, recreation. Those are still businesses that are going to exist. But at the same time, I see this emerging concept that I call the robo sapien. You've got the Homo sapien. This is going to be a robo sapien, and that's similar to uh, the concept that in your they're going to be types of chips that's going to have the type of data that's going to provide you with infinite knowledge, and that chip might be the size of a grain of salt. I'm sorry, a grain of rice, and it can be placed in your brain, and then you'll have this data that's going to be similar to the data that you have in your cell phone, and everybody has one. You know how it's almost infinite data. Well, imagine being able to have that in your own brain. Now, high, back in the day, those were called um, cyborgs, and maybe they still will be. But the question is, will we become a different kind of species, a robo sapien? Uh, and when that happens, what's going to be the case when you have this interesting uh, capability in your brain, and suddenly a brain hacker comes along and controls you in some kind of strange and weird way. Well, I hope what I'm doing now is I'm disrupting everyone's mind and life. Because without a form of disruption, we continue to do the same things over and over. And that's not going to be how we will be able to survive and become good capitalists and entrepreneurs in the future. We have to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we have to figure out where will we fit in. Now, I had a great example. I was speaking to a group the other day, and I was talking about how I can hand my 2 or 3 year old grandson my phone, and he can show me how to operate it within moments. Young people are so capable. So one young man stood up and said, "Yeah, well, my niece, I was trying to get Netflix on, and I just couldn't figure it out. So his 5-year-old niece grabbed the phone, pushed a button, and said, "Turn on Netflix," and it came on. And I think everybody who's watching knows that these young kids live in front of their iPads and their phones, and they have sporting games. Esports is going to be so popular one day. I predict that esports will be an Olympic sport. It'll also be involved in gamification, and you'll probably see it at casinos. Caesars will have its team, and others will bring in their teams. People like, I understand, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and some of the high-end rappers all have esports teams. When I see parents trying to restrict the creativity of a baby, it bothers me, because a baby explores and touches, and you want to keep them safe, but at the same time you don't want to block them trying to learn and be creative in their own ways, because that becomes a tool that will move them into adulthood and put them in a very interesting position to be successful in this world of technology that's emerging.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'll tell you, it's interesting talking to you, because I think it always makes me think about whether or not, or various ways that we as a community can really get ahead of the curve, in terms of building a better Black man, building a better Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit, I've never been really excited about the idea of trying to achieve equality with anybody. I want to win. I want to see us way ahead. I don't think the Chinese government's trying to be equal to the Americans. They're trying to compete. And so, so when I look at a guy like yourself, and I met your son, he's such an intelligent young man, and I have so much respect for your family. What it says to me is that the blueprint is out there. We've got the blueprints. We've got these blueprints everywhere. And one of the reasons why I'm really happy that you joined me today is because it seems to me that until we gain control of various systems, whether it's media or education, where we're deciding which blueprints are being presented to the masses, that we're going to always have this problem where it's harder for me to turn on TV and see Michael V. Roberts than it is for me to see maybe a rapper who is literally creating his own deathbed right in front of us. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of there's this interest in just this crazy fork in the life of a Black man, where on one hand you've got the men where you see them and you say, way to go, this is great, good job, brother, great family, great situation. And then you got the other stuff, and I'm not putting down anybody with this, but I really think it's I don't think it's an accident that we seem to see a lot of the other stuff. But when I tell them about a Michael V. Roberts, they're like, oh, that doesn't exist. That's not what Black men do. How does that feel for you? How was that for you and your brother, to be given such an extraordinary upbringing where you were raised to be intelligent and accountable and all these other things that you have, when you're kind of surrounded by people who maybe weren't raised the same way? What was that like for you?
Well, it's a good question. It puts you into a immediate teaching mindset, because you can either walk away and just ignore. Of course, and there are some people you're better off just doing that with, or you can reach out and help change the mindset so that they understand, subjects like I wrote in my book, how to handle a predicament. You can't reach everybody, but I feel that everybody has a book inside of them and they should write it, because they have stories that they should be able to share with their family and others. And I really believe we have to leave a legacy that does that. Now, I will tell you that regardless of all the money we've made and all the businesses we've built, all four of my kids went to college and law school. Same with my brother. His two sons went to law school. One is now a state senator in Missouri, uh, and his daughter got a master's degree. Uh, so I always tell people, don't judge us on the millions or hundreds of millions we may have made, but judge us on how we raised our babies. And are our kids committed to the community as our kids are, to be able to give back so that we can be able to create generational wealth that's sustainable. Because too frequently, if you have generational wealth, after about the second or third generation, it dissipates. So it's also, how do you raise your children to value the importance, yes, of course, of education, but they value the importance of a dollar. And how does that work? And how do you understand saving as well as investing? And is investing really a form of saving? Well, the answer is yes, it is. So, you come with all of there's no do-it-yourself kit, certainly. But, I like the idea of being able to set myself out. My brother does the same thing. My kids are doing the same thing as examples. Because, like I told you, for 10 years, I lived 2 blocks from the projects. So as I tell people all the time, boys, don't let the light skin fool you. I got plenty of street cred.
Well,
Yeah.
I got a light skinned wife who also goes through that, that perception of light skin privilege, and they don't know she grew up in Gary, Indiana. At the time she was there, it was the murder capital of the United States. And so it's kind of hilarious that somehow we think that light skin, means more than what it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So I got a light skinned father who has actually killed people. So it's kind of a funny thing.
There you go. Interesting.
Well, I tell you, I know you're a busy man. I'll ask you one more question, then let you go. But I'll say this: everybody, if you could say something in the chat. Give a digital thank you to this brother for the great work that he's doing, the great example that he's setting, and the great lessons that we can learn. I want to just tell everybody, these are your teachers. You don't need to go to school to get your teachers. Your teachers are right here in the community. And these are the people that I look to. I look to yourself, other guys that I just respect so much. George C. Frazier, you and I both know George and love him to death, and or love him to life, and just quite a few others. Dr. Claude Anderson, Kenny Gamble, Minister Farrakhan. I've sat with him a few times, and it's one of those things where, for me, as a black man, I always felt like I needed to look around and find pieces of people that could help me build the kind of man that I wanted to be. I would turn on the TV and I didn't see, I'd see stuff and I'd say, no, I don't want to do that because I'll end up dead. If I do that, I'll end up in prison.
Right.
I don't want these babies' mamas. I want to have a good life. I don't want to be stressed out. And so I hope everybody watching, will give me a verbal confirmation in the chat that you'll share this interview and introduce your children to people like Michael V. Roberts. And I hope you'll allow me to just say this, Dr. Roberts, because I really, I'm feeling passionate about this. This is Black history. This is your Black history. Your Black history is not the stuff they teach you in school. Sure, we know about the historical figures and all that, but you need to pick your own heroes. And these are the people that you need to bring to your children. And in fact, I might get beat up for even saying this, but back in the day before Dr. Ben Carson became the political figure that he is now, my mother knew him as this extraordinary surgeon who was making history with the work he was doing. And my mother used to tell me stories about Dr. Carson when I was a kid, because he was, he was born to a young single mother like me. Me and my mother were born in the projects. She was 16 years old when she got pregnant. She did marry my stepfather, about 4 years later, but still, and what it did was it made me say, okay, this is where I want to go. Education is the key. That's how, hard work, success, accountability, all these things. So again, I know the politics of Dr. Carson have kind of confused things, and we can debate that, but I really think as a community, we have to pick our heroes, latch on to them, and then take it upon ourselves to promote these individuals to our children. Like your school, your public school will probably never teach you about Marcus Garvey. They'll never teach you about A.G. Gaston. They'll never teach you about Michael V. Roberts, but that's okay because that's our job. So Dr. Roberts, I'll give the floor to you for the last question. So what's next? Tell me about. Okay, so you come into the convention. Everybody watching, if you come to the All Black National Convention, you can meet Dr. Roberts right up close and personal. He's a cool guy. He'll be around. You can shake his hand. You can talk to him and everything else. Tell me about some of the work you're doing. Particularly in Ghana. You and I went to Ghana a couple of years right before the pandemic. It was a transformative experience. What's sort of next for you? Maybe you can start in Ghana if you want to.
Well, let me just say, I was with a number of kings last night, where I received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, and with me, who also received that from President Biden, was George Frazier, who, of course, you just named. And, my dear friends, the Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's stayed at my house in the Bahamas, I've dined at his home. I was one of the largest organizers in St. Louis for the Million Man March. So notwithstanding, being able to take 3 companies public or being involved with taking 3 companies public, ringing the bell at Wall Street that people ring every morning. I was there, my brother and I, when we were involved with one of the companies that we took public. So there's nothing wrong with being able to have this expansive life concept. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, where I would receive the highest award that could be given by a fraternity to a brother, the Laurel Wreath. I'm a 33rd degree Mason. My point is, there's a variety of things that we can be diverse, you see? And so as you look at reaching across the pond to our motherland of Africa, we got to recognize that it is the wealthiest continent on the face of the earth, and yet it's the poorest. And that's because, the materials, the valuables, the gold, the diamonds, the bauxite, the cocoa that's going all over the world is coming from Africa. If you look at cocoa, for example, there's about $5 billion worth of cocoa that leaves Africa, mostly the Congo, and yet it's $100 billion business, but only 5 stays in Africa. So what does that say? That tells you that maybe what we need to do is go over and look at processing companies so that it's processed in the country that it's harvested from, which will create jobs and create commerce and begin to place those of us in the diaspora to be able to go back home. As you know, they installed me as a king in Ghana in the Adat region. You were part of the Kubo Kante family. And so, but you don't have to call me Your Majesty. But
I don't mind.
but the thing is, over here we may not really grasp the significance of being a paramount chief or a king and what that really means. And as you experienced, once you are exalted and you're part of the family, everywhere you go in Africa, it's all Black folks, and and everybody is respectful of each other. Now, when you look at television and you see the things that you were describing a moment ago, it's because, and I own TV stations, but I wouldn't let this happen to mine. The in the newsroom, the phrase is, if it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads. So if somebody's bleeding and hurt, that's the lead story. It's, and instead of it being some great and wonderful stories about family members and folks helping people on a regular basis, it's just they've indoctrinated people to the point where they're wondering, well, what happened? What happened in last night? What happened over in the morning? Etc. I'm not here to try to, um, change something like that, because that's products that are sold on TV stations. They require certain numbers of eyeballs watching certain stations at certain times, certain shows. Uh, I remember when we did a pilot for my family that was going to be uh, a reality show. And what we were going to do is we were going to show the kids in school, the grandkids being born and coming up. We were going to show the whole lifestyle that created, who we are. And it was rejected because it didn't have enough drama in it. Well, they needed people, fighting and cursing and acting ignorant. And I'm serious. Think about it. What reality shows do you see that portrays African Americans in a positive light? But what they don't understand, in the business world, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of nail biting. There's a lot of questions as to, should I go this way or that way? We were going to create our own Shark Tank type approach. We're going to where we would evaluate black businesses, small businesses coming to see us that we could potentially fund and help grow and provide services. I mean, and there's drama in these things. Good, solid, nail-biting drama in the business world. But that's not what they, that wasn't what Hollywood wanted. They claim they did later on, but you still don't see it. This, the housewives and all these things. I mean, those are all drama-based, slutty activities, and that's how they want to continue to betray our people. So that's why we have to have shows like yours, which is a counterbalance to those kinds of that type of programming. And so I again applaud you for that. Now, I did write another book. It just came out, and it's a novel, and it's called "The President's Secret," and it relates directly to activities that took place in London, the United States, Afghanistan, and Africa, and the Bahamas. So it's called "A President's Secret," the Royal Bloodline, and it's out in all the bookstores, but they'll have to order it for you. It's by Michael B. Roberts. So that's going to be a whole. People say, "Well, how did you do? How can you go write a novel after all the other business stuff?" I said it took about 15 years, but it's interesting and people are liking it. And I wrote it to be like a trilogy, and it could potentially be a movie. I'm told people are saying that now. So
wow,
let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and I'm gonna try to see if I can share my screen so everybody can kind of see it and know what to look for on Amazon. But yeah, so here's the book, A President's Secret, A Royal Bloodline. You can actually read a portion of it. It looks like on Amazon, and the price is only $4 on Kindle, $16.73 hardcover, $11.64 paperback. And it looks like there's only 4 left in stock, so you better order soon. And so yeah, I think that's pretty awesome, though. I think I envy you novel writers. I don't have that kind of skill. It takes a lot of imagination and intelligence. So congratulations on that.
Well, yeah, thank you. But it takes patience. You got really does. And actually, one of the better places is to buy it is from authorhouse.com.
Authorhouse.com. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put that URL on the screen.
Authorhouse.com, one word, and then go to store, and you can buy all my books there because I'm self-published.
Very nice. That's the best way to do it. Is that right? Authorhouse.com.
Yes, and It's better that way because I make more money that way. Amazon takes a bigger cut.
Yes, they do. Yeah. All my books on Amazon, but I don't really send people to Amazon. I let them get their own traffic, and then if you buy directly, like even with Claude Anderson's book, same thing. Go to straight to powernomics.com. So and I think that people listening, just for the record, self-publishing is kind of the way to go. Don't sit around waiting for somebody to give you a book deal. Just publish it yourself, and you can get good distribution and all that stuff. So, so I want to say thank you, Dr. Roberts, for joining us today. Man, it is always a pleasure to talk to you. And I wish you the very best on your trip this week. I know you're headed to Africa, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of that.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I'm here at the Congressional Black Caucus weekend in Washington. As I said, I received the award last night, and so I'll be partying the rest of the weekend until I get aboard a plane for Ghana.
All right. All right. Well, you have a good time. And by the way, everybody, Dr. Roberts is going to join us at the All Black National Convention, which is in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I know a lot of you are coming. Don't forget that October 7th is the last day to get your discounted hotel room. After that, you got to pay full price, and the downtown Sheraton's a nice place. So the full rate is a lot higher than the discount rate. So so you may want to go ahead and lock your tickets in and everything else. There's a URL on the screen. And not only will Dr. Roberts join us, but we got a lot of other great people there. Everybody from Rizza Islam to the chairman of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us and talk about how he made that company into what it is now. And just a bunch of other great people. And if you really want to hang out with a lot of other people who think the way we think, that's the place to be. So I look forward to seeing everybody in Charlotte, and I look forward to seeing you as well, brother. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it, and keep up the good work. We need you. We need you, and we need your voice.
Well, vice versa. So everybody, don't forget, go to authorhouse.com and take a look at Dr. Roberts' books, and let's support each other. And everybody give him a digital thank you, digital round of applause. Congratulations on your awards and everything else. And you guys have a wonderful day, and we will see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
What I would like to share is that this program, you don't have to be educated to be into this program. It's a mindset and change your mind of your thinking. At the standpoint, I know there are a lot of people may not want to be involved because they think you have to be educated, you have to be smart, to get to be successful. But I just want to share that you have to change your mind. And my being here, it totally changed my mind. Being here, learning what I've learned, that I could able to share to some of my family, friends, and also the community. So I encourage everyone that, that who don't know about this program, to get to know about it, get into it, come aboard. And I guarantee you, you have your mindset will change. And if you want to be wealthy, it's all up to you to do so. But I urge that anyone or anybody wants to get involved.
My name is Donna Rosby. I am from Sacramento, California, born and raised from Oakland, and I am a registered nurse. I am a member of what's called the Nursing or Real Estate Investment Club, but on the sideline, I am an investor in the stock market. So I actually have 4 investment clubs. I've been following Boyce for a few years now. I enrolled in this class. I unenrolled now because now I teach it. I actually consult with stock clubs, so I have ladies who have 4 groups now that I consult with the stock market. My clubs are very successful, and most recently I funded my first real estate club. It's called Funding the Block, and we are hard money lenders for real estate. So that's new in my genre. Me and Tasha McCrae, we do seminars. So learning about and teaching generational wealth is my forte. My 501c3 is going to be Dollars Have a Destination, which I'm going to educate children. I'm going to have a bus, and we're going to go through the cities teaching financial wealth, financial education, financial literacy. I have 3 books. Mrs. Dollar is my second name. So I've learned a lot, and I know that we have to keep this going. So making money is the easy thing. Finding money is easy for me, and then bringing people together so that other people can do the rest is what's worth. So Boyce has really pushed me over to the next stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Jason. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I was invited to the Freedom event by my daughter, Catherine Sylvester, and it has been absolutely wonderful. If you're looking for freedom or trying to retire, this will be a great event. to engage in, to learn about finances, clearing your credit, and actually having your income to come into your life so you can help others and to leave something for your family down the line, generation.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Butler. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm in human resources, but what I'm really trying to be is free. And I came to the Freedom School actually through Dr. Boyce Watkins, watching some of his YouTube videos and whatnot, and one day I tuned in and I found Julian, and it just reconnected me with something that I've been wanting to do for years. So I called my daughter and said, hey, how about we start doing a better job at building our, family wealth and our financial freedom. So here we are. We're having a great time, great information. So many great people have come in from all over the country, and the information is just, it's building on top of what we've learned online and otherwise. So we're really happy to be here.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell the audience your name and where you come in from?
All right. My name is Kyle Dixon. I'm coming in from New York City, Harlem.
All right. What do you do?
I'm an educator. I also have my own business. I'm a co-founder and operating officer for Precise Minds Filmworks.
All right. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Well, I decided to come to the event because, Julian, the brother's amazing. He knows what he's talking about. Dr. Boyce Watkins, I follow him on YouTube and on social media. And these brothers have a lot to offer to the community as far as the information about real estate investing and just having a freedom lifestyle and investing not only in your community but really in yourself. So I had to come and see them face to face and be with other people, like-minded folks as myself, to be able to be a part of that experience and talk with them and see what ideas they have as well.
All right. And what was your experience with being here the last 2 days?
Oh man, it's been an amazing experience. I'm so glad I came. I was maybe a little hesitant at first, but I'm so glad I came because, just the knowledge and the wisdom and just the camaraderie with everyone here. Not just Dr. Boyce, not just Julian, but everybody I met here from people from New York, people from Chicago, Las Vegas, Houston, Nashville, California, and we're all just here to really see each other succeed. That you need those things, and it just breaks the narrative that black folks can't work together. We're doing that. We're working together, and we want to see each other be the successful selves and invest towards their freedom. And it's just a beautiful event. I advise anyone who's thinking about coming to the next one that they definitely need to come down here. And we got a chance to go into the second line. We had our second line. Oh man, that was my Sunday right there. I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Lori Mile. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go Blue. I'm an entrepreneur. I do Amazon selling and I do some Uber driving.
Okay. Well, tell us why you're here today and what you look to get out the weekend.
I came to find freedom. Find the road to freedom. That's what I'm looking for. And I believe Julian is going to help me make that transition.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And what do you think about the event so far?
Love it. I've enjoyed it. So much information. I'm gaining knowledge. I just have enjoyed it immensely.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Lori.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, I'm Monique Lyons. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm in the spirit of generational wealth. I came down with my mom to New Orleans. It's been a great experience. She's the one who introduced me to the whole Freedom School and the webinars and getting on track in terms of growing my wealth. So far, the day has been great. A wealth of information on growing your wealth, returns on investment. I'm excited to get back home so I can figure out what the next step is. So doing this with my mom is probably also valuable to me because it's something we get to build together. So I'm excited. I definitely recommend it. So good luck to everyone and start growing that wealth.
My name is Olivia Mitchell, and I came here because I wanted to invest in myself. And by investing in myself, I feel like I'm also invested in my family. And I think over the course of these past 2 days, that's been ingrained in me from Julian's words, from Dr. Watkins' words, and it's going to be extremely valuable for me throughout this next decade, really, not even the next year. I'm thinking further and farther and beyond what I did before. I feel like my mind has been open, my perspective has been shifted, and I'm open to doing things differently than what I've been taught previously. So I'm going through an unlearning and expanding my horizons.
Hey, man.
My name is Robert Porter, and I'm here with my wife. I just wanted to let you know that you were awesome yesterday.
So Nicole Compton.
Nicole, you was just awesome. You got me thinking on how to set my estate now and how to start planning for my investment. You know, right on. We will be in touch with you. That is for sure. Bless you for everything you're doing. Thanks so much.
All right, my name is Ronnie Carter. When I first joined the group, I put a contract on a fourplex, closed on it, got 4 units, 4 people in there, and then I just I put in a contract, I put offers in for several other properties. I just got one accepted for a duplex. So I'm hoping to close that within the next maybe 30 days. So that's fresh. I got a couple other offers out there too. So this is what I've learned through the program, and just asking questions to like Facebook and other platforms we have. Man, I'm on fire. I'm hitting it heavy. So I'm looking to hit that million soon.
All right, what did you think about the event this weekend?
The event this weekend was amazing. It really has something for everybody, no matter what their level is, their exposure to real estate, personal finances, and business finance. So, I mean, it was really good. Nothing like being around like-minded people. So it was great. I love it. I can't wait till next year or whenever the next one is.
All right, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, man.
What's your name and where are you coming in from?
All right, my name is Shadrika Jackson. I'm a native New Orleanian, but I'm now residing in Houston. So for this particular experience, I'm looking forward to becoming an investor in the Houston area for now, and maybe the area of New Orleans later.
What made you choose to come to this event?
Coming to this event is very inspiring. After having experienced the event that you hosted back in September, it was another opportunity for me to get some questions answered, for me to get some clarity on some things as it relates to changing my financial mindset, investing in my future through the 3 pillars of wealth that you mentioned and you teach in your program. So it's another opportunity to be surrounded by like-minded people.
All right, and what did you get out of your experience this past 2 days?
Oh my gosh, there were so many ahas in this particular program, but just the idea that I have to change my mindset in terms of when you're thinking in investing in real estate or even in investing in the stock market, you have to get away from what it looks like on the outside and look at its true potential. And what its true potential will be able to do to affect your life financially, and then allow you to affect generations that come after you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Shadrika.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Sean and Latanya Arthur, Charlotte, North Carolina. Why we came to the event, we joined back in July.
Probably around July.
Yeah, and we saw something in the whole program itself, because we needed to change one, but we saw the promise in it, in doing something different, and thinking different, and being different, and approaching money differently. And so we decided to come out to the event to kind of get around people like mine, and it's been phenomenal. You know, we have a plan now approaching how we go back, the things that we do, the next steps, and so this has just been great. So thank you, Julian and the crew. Really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to working with you guys further.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's not about billions and billions of dollars. Hey, that would be nice too. But it's about getting yourself in a position where you own something that you can actually get off the plantation and start living the life you want to live. I would recommend to everybody, go to the Black Business School, check out the multifamily movement, all the courses that Dr. Boyce Watkins offers. You will not be disappointed. Freedom!
All right, how are you doing? My name is Aaron Dorsey from Chicago, Illinois. I am a electrical engineer in the power industry, and one of the things that we learn in undergrad in a profession, or either being a teacher or a 9-to-5 professional, we learn how to work for others, but we don't learn how to work for ourselves and take the things and the skills that we built into our 20s and once we get into this brave new world, how to basically build for our families, for our communities, and the things that are going on here with the multifamily movement, with the Black Business School, are giving us the additional tools to empower ourselves, the things that we didn't get, that should have been implemented into our psyche, into our being earlier on to give us a lot more autonomy, power, and essentially that time, freedom to do the things that we would love to do, the things that we're naturally born to do, to create, to live in truth. So that's what this entire process means to me, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, hey, my name is Avis Blackwell. I live in the Bay Area in California, and I actually follow Boyce Watkins on Facebook. I kind of keep track of what he's talking about. That's when I was introduced to Julian. And I just thought, boy, he's somebody I need to get on board with. Everything he said, I absolutely agreed with. So when this seminar came up, I immediately put my money on it because I thought this will be a good time for me to kind of meet other people and see what they're talking about and what they're doing. This has been the most fantastic. This has been the most fantastic experience, and it lets me know that I'm moving in the right direction. This is mostly for my daughter and my granddaughter. I want to set them up for future, for them to live well in the future and not be strapped down to a job like I have my whole life. So I'm very excited. I have met so many fantastic people. This whole thing has been unbelievable. I am so happy I'm here.
All right, can you tell us your name, where you coming in from, and what do you do for a living?
My name is Chris Chappelle. I come from Hammond, Louisiana, and I'm an assistant professor at Southern University.
Okay, perfect. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Because I wanted to be around like-minded people who not only have a passion for real estate, but also come in and knowing that I'm going to gain the knowledge base that I need and connect with people from all over the country. I promise you this is an absolutely wonderful event, one of the best that I've ever been in my life, and I've gained so much, and I'm energized to go back and share this with my family and the rest of my community.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Williams, and I'm from the Tampa Bay, Florida area. Why I came to the event, because I thought this was like exactly what I needed. It's a confirmation of moves I need to be making in my life and letting go of fear and just deciding to make the changes right now. And what was the other?
What did you get out of the event?
What did I get out of the event is changing my mindset. Being around like-minded people, and I know that I am a big fish in a small pond, and this was confirmation that I need to be around people that are in the same mode of thinking, because that's going to help me go to the next levels and let go of the things that are holding me back. So it was a pleasure.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Can you tell us your name and where you're coming in from?
My name is LaTanya Arthur. I go by Coach T, and I'm coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina.
And why did you decide to come to this event?
I came because there's nothing like being in the room. We're on social media and we're making connections. However, when you get inside the room and you feel the energy of everyone moving in the same direction, there's nothing else like it.
All right. And what did you take away from the event?
What I took away from the event is we already own a single family property and we've got some equity in it. And subconsciously, I think we've been just sitting on it, not wanting to take it out. And after listening to Julian on the stage, it's like, what are we waiting for? Pull the trigger, take the money out, and have it work for you. So that's the biggest aha is, we're ready to move forward.
All right. And would you recommend this event to anyone in the future?
Listen, you better get here. You better get here. Absolutely. It is a must see, like a major event. You get here.
All right. Thank you so much.